Okay, okay. All right. It has been a while. It's been a long time since I streamed. Um, I don't really know what I'm doing here, but I just figured that I would start streaming my DM sessions because I do it a lot. And I don't know, I feel like maybe there'd be some information that might be useful to people that are also prepping. I've been DMing for a very, very long time. I started, I guess not as long as some people, but I started playing D&D in 2017-ish. And I started DMing maybe like a year or two after that. And I became a forever DM, as one does. And I've been playing D&D a lot since then. First kind of started out with just playing with my friends and my family, and then I kind of got introduced to a couple other people that needed a dungeon master, and then I started taking on private games, and one thing led to another. I'm picking up another private game, and then I started running games in Roll20, and I started running public games. And then I also joined a D&D group where we were teaching people how to play D&D like in bars and stuff, which was pretty cool. But I like really burned myself out on it because I was DMing so much, and it was basically like a job. And yeah, it was tough. You definitely can get burnt out if you're not taking care of yourself. But I'm kind of back in the saddle now, and I'm picking up just one private game to start, and I might start, I don't know, trying to publish some modules I've written. I've got about 12 modules, I would say. And right now I am prepping Storm King's Thunder. I just got finished running a 4-year campaign, which is pretty crazy to think about. We were playing Ghosts of Saltmarsh, and those guys I met through a family member, and we all became friends, and I just kept running them games, and I ran them all the way through Ghosts of Saltmarsh. It took us a really long time. People had kids, people got married. I actually flew out to their state to run them a game for their bachelor party, which if you would have told me 10 years ago that I would be, I don't know, running a D&D game for somebody at their bachelor party, get flown out, it was crazy. But all that being said, I don't know what I'm doing with streaming. All I really want to do is just kind of like document my prep sessions so that I can go back and watch them myself. Because I forget a whole lot when I'm prepping. But as you know, it's a lot to prep. It's a lot of work to set up. But anybody has any questions, just let me know. I'll try to answer them best I can. I am more familiar with the 2014 rule set, but I am trying to learn the 2024 rules as much as I don't want to. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You can kind of choose whatever you want, but I figured I'd try to be a good DM and try to learn the new rules just so I can stay relevant. I don't know if I'm going to really be streaming video games anymore. Maybe like when we're done, prepping a whole session, we'll stop and play some games or something for a little bit or something like that. But I feel like I kind of need to chill on the video games. But playing a little too much for too long. I'm trying to just get back into D&D, try to be productive, even though this isn't really productive, but whatever. But yeah, that's kind of it. So we're just gonna get right into it, and I'll show you guys what I got going on. So like I said, I am going to run Storm King's Thunder. The internet is insufferable and everybody has something to say about everything. Every module that I read about D&D is horrible and it's written so bad, and I get it, but like, I don't know. I read this book and I love it. I think it's a great book. It's obviously a source book more than it is an adventure book. It's more of like a setting, kind of like how Ghost of Saltmarsh was, kind of like how maybe Eberron is. But if you just kind of go into it with that, kind of have to realize that you're going to need to put in a little more work into making encounters, setting up the maps, making it your own story. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, that's kind of what you got to do with every book. You know, you can run them as they are if you want, and some of them you definitely can do that, but you really should, you know, try to write your own stories, try to write your own encounters, make them, you know, unique to your characters, to your character arcs. Depends on, you know, the timeline that you have, the kind of players that you have. Do they even like character arcs? But if somebody's paying you like these people are for me, I kind of want to add in as much as I possibly can. So I really like this book. I like the story of it. But we just have to make it our story. So that's what we're going to try to do. I'm using lots and lots and lots of modules in my Foundry. Which you kind of, you know, which everybody does with their Foundry. Lots of modules, lots of add-ons. Some stuff I probably don't need, but it's nice to have. I added a little calendar. I'm going to start them on the first day of summer. We're going to start this story. I'm going to try to do some weather. I'm going to try to figure out how to do weather, make it like automatic, but also, it's kind of like whatever. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, whatever. Doesn't matter to me. But yeah, Storm King's Thunder. Story is that you're basically coming out of the Tyranny of Dragons, and an unknown or known adventuring group has just sealed Tiamat, right? So the god of the giants kind of gets pissed and is like to the giants, like, how could you let this happen? You know, how could you let the dragons rise up? Because dragons and giants are enemies, of course. How could you let this happen? I'm gonna smash the ordning, and the ordning is basically their hierarchy, right? So which giants are higher than others? It goes hill giants, stone giants, and correct me if I'm wrong, I probably will be. Hill giants, stone giants, then fire and ice, I think, and then air giants. I don't know what they're called. And then storm giants on top. And God of Giants was like, nope, you guys all need to figure this out. Smash the ordning. Nobody is better than anybody else. And it just put all the giants into chaos, because now all the giant lords want to prove themselves, you know, and so that they can be at the top of the food chain of the giants. And a lot of the giants have their own reasons and methods for trying to do that. Some of them are just going to attack the little people, the small folk of Faerun. And, you know, some of them are going to try to do it through finding high magic. Some of them are going to try to do it by eating a lot. There's a hill giant in here that is like going to get really fat, and they think that by being the biggest, that will make them the strongest, which I think is funny. So yeah. So they're just, making a ruckus and stomping around on the Sword Coast here in the north, savage north. And the humans and dwarves and elves are kind of freaking out. All the factions in this region are kind of freaking out. They're trying to figure out what is going on, why the giants are attacking more than they usually do. So, the adventurers are going to step in. They're going to get quests from lords and faction leaders to put a stop to it. So they kind of explore around, try to figure out what's going on. Eventually they meet another giant who leads them to the Eye of the Allfather. And that's kind of like an oracle spot. And there they get to ask a couple questions and figure out what's really going on. There they will learn all about the ordning and all the stuff that happened. And then the Eye of the Allfather is going to tell them, you have to go around and defeat these giant lords and take their magic conch. Yes, magic conch. And once they get the magic conch, they can teleport to Maelstrom, I think it's called, where the storm giants live. And so they can go to King Hekaton, which is the king of the storm giants, and there they find out that Hekaton has been captured. By one way or another, they're going to have to figure out that Hekaton has been captured, and he's gone, he's disappeared. And the whole time, there is a blue ancient dragon that has disguised themselves as a storm giant and has infiltrated the circle of the storm giants and is kind of whispering in the ear of the daughter who has taken up the throne in King Hekaton's disappearance. And the dragon's kind of trying to like mess everything up. And the dragon is like kind of the reason why the queen died and has ties to the Kraken Society that actually captured the king. And so the whole big bad is this blue dragon. So we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna introduce this blue dragon. And I think I'm gonna do it when they meet this guy named Zephyros. So I got a lot of things to figure out myself too. So we're gonna be figuring this out on as we stream it and kind of talk through it together and prep the modules and maps. I just kind of read through it, just kind of breezed through it, watched a couple of videos, and now I need to really get into the nitty gritty. I do have a list of things that I have to get through before the 10th, which is like 2 weeks from now. So I got a whole bunch of stuff to set up. I have no idea how long I'm going to stream today. I'm just going to try to get through as much as I can. And if we get through it, great. But if not, we'll just save it for another day. I don't have any set time on when I'm going to stream. I'm going to try to do Saturdays, maybe around noon Eastern, or whenever I feel ready to start. I don't want to, go too crazy with this. I just want to kind of casually prep, and if anybody comes in and has questions, feel free to post them, whatever. We're just going to be chill. We're just going to enjoy some coffee, whatever, and set up some D&D stuff, because I love D&D and I've been doing it for a while. So yeah. So we're just going to go right down this list. Add our humble okay, so I started reading this book, and I introduced this book to my group, and I was like, okay, this is going to be like pretty serious survival Skyrim-esque, adventure. You're going to have an opportunity to explore like literally everywhere here. You could literally go to each and every one of these locations. I don't think I'm going to make them do that. I'm going to try to guide them. They don't really. I actually asked them, do you want a sandbox or do you want a railroad? And they said more of a railroad because, they're adults and they don't they don't really have time to explore the entirety of the Sword Coast, which is fair. So I'm going to try to give them a little bit more of a guided adventure with some opportunities for, minor quests, side quests, whatever you want to call them. But when they started talking about their characters, they decided that they all want to be woodland creatures. They decided that they all want to be like there's a raccoon. There's going to be a raccoon wizard. There's going to be a mouse fighter, rune fighter. There's going to be a rat cook, artificer. There's going to be a owl cleric. And there's going to be a badger barbarian. And then there's one other guy that hasn't decided what they want to be. So I don't know where this came from or why they decided that they wanted to do this, but they decided that they all want to be little woodland creatures. Which is cool though, because it gives them something to do, really, to start with. And that's what they wanted to do. So that's what we're going to do. Which is kind of nice because the beginning of this story is a little lackluster with its quest hooks. The quest hooks are basically like go to Nightstone and figure out why goblins attacked, which is, whatever. Some people say start in Daggerford and have them kind of lead that to it. But what we're going to do is we're going to start them in our deep forest, this forest right here, which is north of Nightstone. And we're going to introduce a character named Balabar Muckbuckle, who is a gnome wizard. And Balabar has a little cabin in the woods, and he's a wizard. And secretly, Balabar is part of the adventuring group that sealed away Tiamat. That's just what I decided. And that's going to be like an aha moment later on. So secretly, Balabar is this really powerful wizard that knows Zephyros, the cloud, not air giant, cloud giant, that knows Zephyros, the cloud giant. And Zephyros is doing all of that, like, oracle stuff where he's hearing voices and asking questions, and basically like the tales of fate are going to tell Zephyros that he's got to find some adventurers and heroes that are going to save the day, and they just so happen to be little woodland creatures. So he needs to, and he knows Balabar Muckbuckle because they worked together, and they helped, maybe Zephyros helped with the Dragon Queen and stuff like that. And they're just friends. They're like old buddies. That's just what I'm going to say. So Balabar is like, yo, I got these woodland creatures. Why don't we awaken these woodland creatures that I have such a fondness for, and we'll make them the heroes, and they're gonna save Faerun from the giants. So that sounds a little crazy, but that's what we came up. That's what I came up with. So I think it'll be a nice little intro, session 0.5 kind of adventure. But I actually already did this, so I added Humblewood book to the D&D campaign already. Humblewood and any D&D book on D&D Beyond does not have badger or rats, so we need to make those. And we're going to do that right now. I have never really made a homebrew race, to be completely honest. So we're gonna learn this together. They're called species now, my bad. They're called species. So we're gonna create a species using a known variant to start. I guess we'll start with this for the badger. Okay. Badger folk. And for this, we are going to use this that I found on D&D Wiki. I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's too strong. I mean, I think that this adventure is going to get really out of hand really fast. But I don't really care. It's fine. I am more on the side of let the players have fun. Let them do what they want to do. It's their game. Let them do whatever they want. They are heavy, vary in height, but they are generally shorter. Size is medium. Okay, medium. Speed. Walking speed is 25. 25. You get a burrow speed of 15. It's kind of weird, but that's fine. Climbing speed. I don't think we have climbing speed. Nope. No flying speed, no swimming speed. Okay. You can put these two in here. I don't think this applies to us. So we're just going to put this stuff in it. Short legs. I don't think that applies to us. Racial traits. We get a con score increased by 1. Okay. And then they're going to pick northern. So let's also call this northern. Cool. So this is a +2. And their strength gets a +1. They get dark vision, I think. Yeah. Okay, what else we got? Poison resilience. Beast speech. Oh yeah, I gave them all speak with animals because they're animals and they're gonna want to talk to other animals, and I'm gonna let them do that whenever they want because that's fun. Because why not? Beast claws. Let's call this greater poison resilience. Beast claws. I think that's it. Can I make this not bold? Oh no. Please. Okay, that's weird. I can't spell. I can't spell. Resilience. That's fine. Okay. Okay, now we actually add this stuff into it. And I think we just copy it. Oh no. Can we delete this table? Okay, we're gonna do it this way. Now you guys can watch me fumble with using your computer. There we go. Okay. Do a little quick formatting. Oh. I don't really know if any of this is really that important, but might as well make it look nice for the person that will be reading it. Cool. Make them bold as well. But yeah, this group of players that I have are the best players I literally have ever had. They always have something crazy going on, like, you know, wanting to be woodland creatures. Some things that are maybe a little unhinged. That's kind of the point. The last campaign that I ran for them, I gave them way too many magic items. So we're going to try to not give out so many magic items. I gave them so much. They were so buffed. Like, the monk had a flying carpet. The rogue had winged boots. They all were able to swim and breathe underwater, and it got really out of hand really fast. And they even said that they want a little more of a challenge this time. So I gotta be a little bit tougher on them this this go around. So we're gonna try to be a little bit tougher on him. Little cat. ability score increase. Your constitution score will increase by 2, and your strength score will increase by 1. Display order is called out. Oh, there we go. Modifier. Yeah, there we go. Bonus to Constitution. Constitution score by 2, right? Yes. Constitution by 2. Strength score by 1. Okay. Age. $80 years of age. Okay. Cool. Alignment. Alignment, I think, is very based on that character. You can be whatever you want. I don't know if the race has any species has anything to do with that, but we'll put it in. Size, medium. I don't think this has anything, right? Nah. Speed. This might have some options. Nope. Dark vision. Excuse me, DM, I have dark vision. Look at that, we got a nice little blue. Oh. Sweet. Cool. Expert climbers, we don't have that. Poison's resilience, that's what we need to add. We need greater poison resilience. We need to add both of these. Need to add both, yeah. Resilient, I can't spell. It's fine, it's fine. I like that it's adding this stuff, even though we're using a different website. That's cool. Okay. Add a species trait. I really should be making this a variant, but there's only going to be one player choosing this, so I really don't care. As long as it works in D&D Beyond, and then we can import it into Foundry, It's all that matters. Yeah. This was a little confusing at first when I read it, though. I thought it was a little redundant, but then I realized that it says non-magical. So you are immune to non-magical poison damage, and you are subject to effect that makes you make a saving throw to reduce against magical poison damage. So, like, what does that mean? A regular vial of poison that an alchemist makes, basic poison, I would consider non-magical poison damage. But like a green dragon's breath, I would consider magical poison damage. Or a ray of sickness casted from a mage, I would consider magical poison damage. But like poison from like a swamp or something, or I don't know. So it was I thought it was a little redundant, but it does make sense. So we're going to keep it. I forget what order this is. 5? Feature type. Granted. I think. I need to put this at 8. Okay, yeah. Sweet. What else we can put in here? Beast claws. What are the beast claws? I guess we can delete. Guess we can delete one of those. Beast claws. There we go. I have to make sure that this gives them an action. No, we don't want that. Options, actions. Here we go. A weapon. Beast claws. Strength. It's strength or dex, though. Can we add? Is proficient? No, it doesn't. Melee. No save. Dice count. 1d4. 1d4. Weapon attack sub natural. Unarmed. It's an unarmed strike. And is piercing, slashing, or bludgeoning damage. Interesting. I don't know if we can add more. I guess we have to add multiple. It's kind of weird. Affected by martial arts. He's gonna go barbarian. So I would say no. No area of effect. This is an action. Yep. I guess we'll need. It's kind of weird. I wish you could add more options to it. What if we go to general? Nope. Let's go to weapon. Oh well, is what it is. I can't imagine that he would use Dex. So whatever. A little weird, but I guess we'll add it. And then I guess they can remove it? I don't know. Beast claws. Maybe we'll also put in strength, piercing. Yeah. I think that would be the correct way to do it. I wish we could clone these, but we can't clone them. Okay. That's fine. Ability score, strength, no level, melee, no save, 1d4. Weapon attack, unarmed, slashing, display as attack, action, no. Sweet. Add another. Wait. Okay, it's the same. Bludgeoning. Did I spell right? Yes, I did. Strength. No level. Melee. No save. 1d4. Bludgeoning. Action. I guess we should delete this to make it correct. And also this. And we'll just quickly also edit these. Edit these. Sweet. Yeah, this is a little redundant, not gonna lie. But it is what it is. No save, no save. 1d4. Unarmed. Piercing. I forget what snippet does. I feel like that's whatever. Cool. Oh no. Action. I mean, technically, if they were a monk, it would also be a bonus action. It could be a bonus action. No save. 1d4. Unarmed. Slashing. Action. Copy this thing. Dex. Slashing. Save. Add one more. Weapon. Bludgeoning. Dex. Melee. 1d4. Unarmed. Bludgeoning. Action. Copy. Delete. Bludgeoning. Instead, bludgeoning damage equal its bludgeon. Oh, okay, that's fine. That makes sense. Because it's only 1 plus your strength or whatever. Boom. We're done. I don't know why you would want. Whatever. It's fine. We did it. It's, Beast Claws. Okay, snippet is just like a little. Okay. Languages. Wow. I don't think they're going to get any extra languages unless they get it in their background. Yeah, I guess that was where they would get it. I think we're done? Maybe? Wow, we even get a little. Wow. Okay, it worked. Now we're going to add it. Also, this is called Storm Milf's Thunder. Because their previous pirating group in Ghost of Saltmarsh was called the Milfs. That's just what it is. That's just how it be. This badger is named Felix Brambleguard. We're going to see if we can add it to their sheet for them. Has homebrew selected even though I told him not to? Okay. Got his background set up. Custom background. We're not going to touch that. We're just going to let him do that. Homebrew. Now, Northern Badger Folk. Confirm. Some goofy music going on right now. Okay. Abilities. Is it adding our stuff? Nice. It is. Did he add equipment already? He did not. So I think now we're just going to leave it alone. Can we unclick this and still keep it? I think we can. Maybe. Sweet. Okay, we're done with that character. Cool. Homebrew. Let's make another species. Wonder if we can start with... Wonder if we could start with the one we just made. Looks like we can. Okay, the next one that we need to create is going to be this one. So this guy's going to be a rat. He's going to be a little rat from Waterdeep, and he's going to be an artificer, and he's going to be the party cook. He's going to take the chef feat, and he's basically going to be Ratatouille, is what he wants to do. That's what he said he wants to do. So we're going to make him a streetling rat. So let's do that. Size is small. Speed. Oh, they're all so slow. Well, not so slow, but they also get this extra. They can drop on all fours and move 40 feet, which is kind of cool, I thought. Doesn't look like he has any extra climbing or anything like that, but I feel like rats and mice can climb, right? I kind of feel like I should give him a little bit of climbing speed. Right? I don't know. You get a bite. That's kind of cool. I'm going to give him a climbing speed because I said so. Climbing speed of 20. Because if he doesn't, then he would only be able to climb like 12 feet. Maybe to climb at half speed. So I'll give him 20 feet. I think that's fair. Okay. Not the most trustworthy, but what? the reputation of pickpocketing. I wouldn't say that about him. We're just gonna put this one in. There we go. That's fine. Okay, what racial traits, species traits are they getting? Dex by 2. Dexterity. And then he's gonna go Streetling, which is intelligence by 1. Show my intelligence. Dark vision, I think he gets. Yep. Keen smell. Give him bite. Fleeing bite? Alright, what are we getting into here? It's fine. Fleeing bite. It's fine. What else does he get? Keen mind. Oh, he learns a cantrip. Fine, that's fine. Cool. Species group. Okay. Rat-like noises or sounds. They take up less than basic. Party adventurers, band of thieves, or even just the town they live in. That's not totally true for him, but we're going to put it in there because that's what this is. Ability score. Now we can just use this as a template. Boom. Age. Boom. Alignment. Size. Are you creating a race for a player? Yes, I am. So yeah, I am running Storm King's Thunder, and they decided that they wanted to all be woodland creatures. So a bunch of little woodland creatures against giants, which I have no idea how it's going to play out, but we will see. It's fine. But yeah, I'm just copying off of this this homebrew race that I found on this website here, so I think it's fine. But yeah, how you doing? What was I doing? Size. We just did a badger folk. Somebody's going to be a barbarian badger, and this guy is going to be a artificer rat. Artificer rat, and he's going to be a cook. Speed. And we also gave him an extra 20 feet of climbing speed. Because why not? I think the dark vision is the same. Yep. Fleeing bite. But yeah, we're just doing a little D&D prep for an upcoming campaign that I have. And I feel like I prep a lot, so I figured why not just start recording it. So a keen smell. Are you working on any campaigns yourself? Are you a player or a DM? Oh, he gets Undercommon and a language of his choice. Dang. I feel like that's a lot, but whatever, it's a language. It doesn't matter. Pecklings. Most of the players are going to be choosing from Humblewood, which I thought was pretty good. So, but some of them. Raiders of the Serpent Sea by Modifus. Dang, what is that? What's that about? I have honestly never heard of that. Direlings? Streetlings. Here we go. This little rat guy is coming from Waterdeep, so he picked this one. I think it's a good fit. Intelligence increases by 1. Yeah, I never heard of that one. To be honest, I was DMing for a while, and I did a few Wizard of the Coast modules, and then I joined a group where I was DMing publicly, and I just started writing my own modules because I feel like if people are paying for it, you should do your own. But I don't know, kind of all depends on the situation, really. Whatever people want to play. But this one I'm prepping for a private group. Okay. Okay. And once we're done with this, we'll get a little more into some of the other stuff. Oh yeah, we do. Okay, these are done. Oh wait, no, they're not. This guy is done. I'm starting them all out with 1 free feat from a list that I chose. Because why not? I told them they just have to give me a backstory. You give me a backstory and you can have 1 free feat. I think that's a fair trade. Okay, we made the Badger homebrew. There we go. Sweet. Okay, now we have to actually put this stuff in. I think I just remember it. We're just going to write it. dexterity, and your intelligence. Let me know if I'm too quiet or the music is too loud. I have not streamed in a while, so. Dex score. Intelligence by 1. Okay, good. Age. Copy the same stuff. Boom. Alignment. Size. I'm definitely going to have to give them some potions of growth because they're tiny and they're going to be fighting giants all the time. But it's fine. It's fine. They're just going to have to like launch each other off of like pitchforks and seesaws and shovels and stuff. Start biting ankles and jumping off of roofs. Speed. Let's go back and copy it from elsewhere. Oh no. Wait, are we editing this now? Oh no, what do we do? Oh no. How did we start editing this? What did we do? Oh no. I didn't save it, I guess? I don't know what I did. You play online or in person? I do a little bit of both. Right now though, I'm just gonna run one private online campaign with some friends of mine, and I'm gonna use Foundry. That's what I'm setting up here. But I did do, I was part of a group that was teaching people how to play D&D in breweries and microbreweries and stuff. And I was doing that a lot. I was picking up games like every weekend, and I was writing modules like all the time, and I really got burned out on it because I was doing too much D&D. So I kind of dialed it back a little bit. So right now I'm just going to pick up one private game online and just start with that. And for now, I might get back into public DMing. Dang, I really did not save that. Whoops. Oh well. Small. What about you? Do you play in person at all or online? Honestly, DMing in person in the breweries was nice because you just drink beer and play D&D. I goofed up. I should have saved that. I can't believe I didn't save that. Bite. Flea. Bite. Keen smell. Keen mind. Sweet. But I've been also thinking about maybe starting a stream D&D session. But I don't know, because you gotta really find the right people for that. It's not everybody wants to play D&D online, which is totally fair, Some people just want to enjoy their time. And I would never like stream one of my paid games, so sometimes I find trouble with the creative part, and that's why I mostly run modules. But I DM in person, my friends take turn running the games, so we've been on Raiders for like 2 years. Nice. That's good that you guys take that you and your friends take turns, not just one forever DM. So that's nice of you. I mean, I say that, but I honestly prefer being a DM, to be completely honest. I like playing, being a player every once in a while, but I just love DMing. I don't know why. I like seeing how people handle things differently, and yeah, I don't know. I gotta look up this module that you're talking about, though. Raiders of the Serpent Sea. Modifus. I have not really branched out a lot. I started playing a Old Gods of Appalachia. That was pretty sweet. Epic Adventure by the Arcanum Worlds for 5e. Survivors of a vanquished civilization fled the cruel giants and demons devastating their homeworld in desperation. Heroes of that time unleashed primal magics to create a safe haven for those they protected. Unleashed the last one, blah blah blah. Ruled by sinister monstrosities. A storm-tossed sea connecting the many disjointed islands. To survive, the people, now known as Raiders, learn to sail the serpent-filled sea. Learn to survive this impossible world. They sail with pride. Strongest take what they need. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. So you're like pirates and sail around the islands and go raiding? What's the raiding about? You like raid dungeons or what? More like Vikings. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I just ran Ghost of Saltmarsh. And that took like 4 years. We were playing that for like 4 years. But like, sometimes we had some time in between. Some people they literally had kids or they got married. So it took us a while to get through it. But I thought that was really fun. I definitely would like to introduce more like Viking kind of stuff. You know what that reminds me of? Dang, what's that game? My brain's all over the place. They baked in rules, so there's 3 phases. Include the approach, the reveal, and the fight. Depending on how the players do in each phase, they get boosts for the next. Nice. You approach the island. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look that up. Like I said, I need to branch out a little more. Branch out a little more because I've just been so stuck in 5e. Everybody wants to play 5e. I need to learn some more systems and stuff like that. That's a great thing, is there's so many different, you know, individual publications and rules and systems. Climbing speed of 20 feet. Dark vision's the same. Personally, I'm partial to Odyssey of the Dragon Lords. It's their other epic campaign. It's just like Greek mythology more than Norse. Nice. Did you ever run a game for that as well? Is that where you're coming out of before that? Or... yeah, I really need to look into some other modules. Fleeing bite. And I promise we'll get to some fun Foundry stuff after this. I am just I've just been putting off making these homebrews for so long. Gotta make them, gotta make them. Okay, subraces of Rack Folk include Direlings. What is the other one? Packlings. And Streetlings. Sweet. Okay, your intelligence score increases by 1. Keen mind. Yeah, I think after I'm done prepping today, I'm gonna go and check out these modules you're talking about. They sound cool. Okay, we did this. We need to save. Save. There we go. Cool. We didn't break it this time. Save it again. Did not break it. Very nice. Dexterity by 2. Intelligence by 1. I spelled dexterity wrong. Okay. Age. Okay. So yeah, are you more of like a player or more of a DM? I know you guys take turns, but are you a player right now or a DM? Oh yeah, you DM in person. Gotcha, gotcha. Size. Oh, it's saved from before. Okay. That's weird. Climbing speed. 20 feet. Dark vision's the same. I'm gonna add this bite. I like how this music is. You could tell it's not words. What the hell? There we go. Deal 1d4 piercing damage and has the finesse property. I think I'm also going to add dex bonus onto it. Action. Bite. Dex. Melee. 1d4. Natural. Piercing. Action. Boom. We don't have to create 6 variations of this one, which is nice. Okay. I've been wanting to learn Savage Worlds to run a superhero game, but just haven't had the time. Also would engage more, but I'm up and down. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm just chilling, and I've been prepping so much lately that I just figured I'd start recording it. So yeah, grab a coffee, you know, chill out, whatever you gotta do. Let me know if the music's too loud or if I'm too quiet, just, you know, whatever you gotta do. I figure everybody can just join me. If you got DM prep to do yourself as well, let me know. You know, we could prep together. I'm basically just trying to hold myself accountable to actually prep, because I put it off sometimes and I wait too long, and then I end up prepping a half an hour before the session starts. So I'm trying to be a little more proactive, trying to be a little more accountable. What happened to my bite? Yeah, grab a drink, whatever you gotta do. I just lost that bite somehow. I have no idea how. Sweet, sweet. Oh, what? Okay. That's so weird. Okay, whatever, it works. I'm not gonna not gonna ask. Take the disengage action on your turn. You can make a bite attack as a bonus action. Sweet. Okay, this saves. Okay, I get it. I get it. I guess we can add an action to this. It would be general, a fleeing bite, and then not add any of this stuff to it, but call it a bonus action. Yes. Save. Save? Yeah, I get that. I really need to learn some new I really want to learn how to GM Old Gods of Appalachia, because I started playing that with this one group and then it fizzled out. But I really, really loved the way that it worked, and just like I don't know, just the feel of it. Like, you're just like country people in the woods in the Appalachia, and you just like, I don't know, it's very, you feel more human. Like, I was like a shape changer, so I was basically like a druid, and I would turn into a turtle and a bear and stuff. But I was like a park ranger, and then my other buddy, we made brothers. So he was my brother, and he was a lawyer. And the whole story was that, like, I would shape change, and people would see it. Not like see it, but like I would get into trouble because I would shape change, and then I would like go into town, like steal people's picnics and stuff. Is it more narrative or more crunchy with D&D, lots of dice? I would say it's definitely more narrative, but like when you do get into like combat and stuff, it does get a little bit crunchy. I will say that the system on how the challenges worked, like the challenge dice worked, because like it's so weird. It was like 3 times the challenge. I forget how it worked, but I would pretty much always have to look at the cheat sheet and figure out how the system worked again. But it was cool. I liked it. It was definitely more narrative. It was like kind of like Call of Cthulhu. It's supposed to be like a little more horror, kind of intrigue based, kind of like that. Yeah. Advantage on perception. But it was cool. I really liked it a lot. And apparently there's like a recording or something, or a podcast. That's the word. There's a podcast of the story, and you can kind of like visit some of the places that they talk about in the story, which is cool. But yeah, Old Gods of Appalachia. That's kind of like the World of Darkness games, like Hunter or Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah. I never played Vampire the Masquerade, but I've heard about it. Like I said, I really need to try out like a different. I've been so stuck on 5e for so long. I really need to try out some other ones. But like you said, it's hard to find time. Hard to find time for that kind of stuff. Okay. Advantage on perception with smell. There we go. Like, why does it not show up? So weird. I'm like not saving it correctly or something. Why you do this? Keen smell. Save. Keen smell? Nice. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong there. Whatever. Keen mind. Okay. Keen mind. What if we save this before we change any of the other stuff? Keen mind, there we go. No actions. It's also easy to be complacent in what you know, which is 5e is just the norm now. Even 2024 is weird in some ways to me. Yep, couldn't have said it better myself. I just, because like the group that I joined for public DMing, like when people show up and they want to play D&D, like they want to play 5e and that's it. Like you can't really like, because they would also just like buy tickets and then just show up without any idea. Like we would give them character sheet. It's more for like people that have never played D&D and like the normies and stuff. Like so we would give them character sheets, we would give them dice, like we would literally show up with everything that you need to play D&D, to teach people how to play D&D. And like can't really show up with like Call of Cthulhu or like Oh Gods or some random individual publication or something like that and be like, all right, now we're going to learn an entirely new system. I know you're trying to learn how to play. I don't know. It's kind of hard because I do wish you could show up and just like teach people other stuff, but they were focused on D&D and it makes sense, I guess, but I don't know. Just kind of force maybe when I'm like caught up and I'm ahead of prepping DM stuff for this campaign, maybe I'll just like set one Saturday and be like, we're just gonna learn a new system together, and like just pick something. I don't know. Just force myself to learn it. Add a spell? I don't think I should add a spell. I think I should just keep this as a description. And they could just add the spell that they want. Yeah. I think that's done. Just run my... just run Rides of Phandelver 5 times in a row. True. I've run it 3 times. I've run it 3 times. That's funny. It's so funny because we were just talking about this with my group too. Like, because I was talking about how like critical the internet is on like every module that ever comes out. Like they just shit on every book that ever came out. Which like I get, like you're reviewing it and you want to talk about the things that you would change. But like Storm King's Thunder especially gets a lot of slack about it being a bad book. And like literally no other book gets good comments except for Phandelver. Like how many times are we gonna run Phandelver? Like, oh my gosh. But like Ghost of Saltmarsh gets a lot of negative comments about it. And I do agree with some of them. There's not enough like ship combat encounters, but like you gotta make them yourself. Like the book is just like a starting point. You gotta make the story fit to your group and their character arcs and stuff like that. And I added in, I'd say like 4 modules into Ghost of Saltmarsh on top of everything else, and it was like a great game. Those guys loved it and they said it was like their best campaign and they just loved it. Can we talk about how fun Tomb of Annihilation is until you get to the actual dungeon? We are going to, one of the other guys is actually going to step up and try to run Tomb of Annihilation. So I've been trying to not read it. I know about it. I know all about how you just get one shot into oblivion and there's no resurrecting your character. And I've seen the X3 XP to level 3, that guy. I've seen his video on it. I do know about that. But like I said, like the book, I mean, some of the comments are legitimate. Some of the comments make sense. I agree with them. But like sometimes people get a little too you gotta make the book fit to your story. You know, you gotta make it your own. You gotta make it fit to your group and stuff like that. So I don't know. Everybody works differently. So best thing you do is make a good game for you and your friends. That's all that matters. Don't listen to the internet. There's just nothing positive. So funny. Language, undercommon. But yeah, how are the levels? Am I too loud or anything? With spoilers, the really fun part is the hex crawl through the dungeon or to their jungle. Then there's a dungeon which is 500 puzzles and a grueling dungeon crawl that's extremely deadly. 500 puzzles. Holy smokes. Dungeon crawl is I do remember XP to level 3 saying something about one trap in particular is just no saves, no indication that the trap is there at all, and you just die. So interesting. I'm making at least 2 backup characters for that campaign. I'm starting with a rogue poisoner with the poisoner feat and the dungeon delver feat, because I thought that would maybe keep me alive, is taking away some of the damage from the traps and stuff. So hopefully that saves me. Hopefully the deck saves save me. 500 puzzles an exaggeration to not give away the actual. Okay, yeah, but it's way too many. Gotcha. That's fair. I mean, there's probably at least 400, so gotcha. 1 puzzle per room. Got it. Okay, I think I have poked around on this enough, and I think we're done. Question mark. Add the picture. Boom. Done. Picture didn't stay. You know what? Whatever. It's fine. Okay, now we're going to add this to the campaign. Also, I said this before, but this is called Storm MILFs Thunder. Their group is called the MILFs because that's just what they're called. So, I don't know what else to say. Rat, where's the rat? He already set up his artificer. I'm just gonna create an unassigned one for him. Can I just make a... No. Not pre-made. Create a character. My favorite game I played was in the Red Hand of Doom game my buddy played from updated 3.5 to 5e. Set in feudal Japan. We're all samurais and ninjas. Yo. That sounds very cool. I wrote a one shot for that public DMing group that I was in, and it was it was about a gang of were-rats that were ninjas. And you go to this town, and the city council hires this group of adventurers to rid the city of the ninja rat folk, or were-rats, to just get rid of them, and to also figure out what's happening with, like, their water supply has been poisoned, and they're like pretty sure that it was the ninja rats. And then you figure out that, like, the city is just trying to kill the rats, and, like, the rats are just trying to live there peacefully, and the city was actually the ones that poisoned the water supply. And it's like this whole cover-up thing that they tried to hire the adventurers for. So you kind of have to decide at the end of the adventure if you want to side with the were-rat ninjas, or you want to side with city folk and rid the city of the were-rats. But yeah, that sounds cool. Feudal Japan, samurais and ninjas. Are there like different subclasses or custom subclasses or anything like that? Okay. Please be. It's not my. Oh, okay. Here we go. Streetling Ratfolk. There we go. Hopefully this works. Nice. Bonus 2. Bonus 1. This is a vanilla rule set, but everything was flavored well. Nice, nice. Cool, because I know there's a fighter samurai subclass. Wasn't sure if they were just going to add on to that, or how you feel about the samurai fighter subclass. I've had one party use that. It was pretty cool. Okay. I don't know why I wouldn't save the name. Whatever. It works, and I have it made so they can pick it when they make it. But yeah, we have a whole group of woodland creatures. I don't know why. I have no idea why they decided to do this, but they decided that they all want to be little woodland creatures that are going to go up against these giants in Storm King's Thunder. So we have Raccoon. This is Mapak from Mapak. I don't know how to say this. Mapak. Wizard from Humblewood. And his name is Marbles. And he loves marbles. And he's a little raccoon. And he's going to be digging through the trash. And we have this Badgerfolk barbarian. And he's going to be like the protector, you know. This guy he was thinking about being a kobold, but he instead decided to be a rat folk that we just made. And this cleric is going to be an owl. And yeah, then there's also a mouse, who's going to be a rune fighter. Yeah, a rune fighter. And then there's one other guy that hasn't decided what they want to be yet. But yeah, they're gonna. I don't know why they They just latched onto this woodland creature idea, and that's what we're going with. So that's what they want to do. I encourage it. I think it's a great, fun idea, and they're really funny, and they're gonna, just be crazy with it. And the beginning of this book says that they start in Nightstone, on their way to Nightstone on the high road, and the quest hooks are go to Nightstone and figure out why there's a bunch of goblins there, and that's pretty much it. Go to Nightstone because there's a nice tavern that you can go to. Go to Nightstone because there's hunting there. There's not really much to start with, which is, whatever. So it's kind of nice that they decided that they want to start with our deep forest and being little woodland creatures. So my start, is going to be that all these little woodland creatures, they're going to start as normal little woodland creatures. They're just little raccoons and mouse and a rat and a badger, and they all live in our deep forest. I mean, the rat's coming from Waterdeep because he is a cook, and he hangs out at a restaurant and eats the restaurant food, and he basically wants to be Ratatouille. But they're all gonna somehow end up in our deep forest because they meet a gnome wizard named Balabar Muckbuckle. And Balabar Muckbuckle is this really powerful gnome wizard that is befriending all of these little creatures because he just loves the little creatures of our deep forest, and he just loves little guys, little funny little guys. And Balabar Muckbuckle is actually he was part of the adventuring party that helped seal away Tiamat in Tyranny of the Dragons, which is before this adventure, and is the whole reason why these giants are attacking the north here, because the ordning is smashed and the whole order of the hierarchy of the giants is smashed by the god of the giants, because the giants became complacent. He's like, how could you let these dragons rise up, and how could you let this even happen? So he smashes the whole ordning and the whole hierarchy of the giants, and now all the giant lords are going to try to prove themselves, and some of those ways are by attacking some of the cities and groups of small folk. Some of the giant lords are seeking out high magic that they're going to use to, empower themselves to become the new top of the food chain in the order of the giants. And the hill giant lord, she thinks that she is just going to get as big as possible, so she eats everything, and so that means that Golden Fields is being raided for all their food, and farmers everywhere are getting attacked by giants to have their livestock stolen, have all their crops stolen. So basically they're going to find out that the giants are attacking, and Balabar Muckbuckle is good friends with this cloud giant named Zephyros, and Zephyros is this crazy guy, and I think I'm gonna make him I think I'm gonna make him kind of like the guy from That 70s Show, the really stoned dude that's just hey man, he's baked all the time, and he's just kind of aloof and weird, and and basically he's talking to the oracles, and he's hearing voices, and he learns that he needs to find this group of adventurers that's going to save the world. Of course, he needs to find this group of heroes. He doesn't know that it's going to actually be these little critters, these little guys, these little animals. And he reaches out to Balabar, his old buddy. They're just old buddies. They're friends. They work together in the Tyranny of Dragons. And Balabar is I'm going to awaken these little critters because I love them so much. I'm going to turn this raccoon into a wizard. I'm going to turn this mouse into a fighter. I'm going to turn this badger into a barbarian. So the beginning of this story is going to be how they gain their sentience, how they are awoken, and Balabar is basically going to like. I haven't really decided if it's going to be like a potion or a spell or maybe like some magic food that he feeds them. And like slowly, little by little, they start to like gain intelligence and the ability to speak with one another, the ability to read. And every night, at like around a campfire, he reads them stories about the gods and the lords of Waterdeep and Daggerford and all the spaces around them, and he teaches them magic and how to defend themselves. And then one night, Balabar's cabin is going to get attacked by orcs because the orcs are being pushed around in their forest and the surrounding hills and everything else by the giants, who are making an uprising and kind of stomping around on the Sword Coast. So the orcs are getting pushed around, everybody's kind of getting pushed around, and everything's getting upset. And the orcs find the cabin and they attack the cabin, and Balabar is going to have to decide in that moment, like, I'm going to awaken these animals right now, and I'm going to do my last thing and set these animals off on their quest. And there's going to be like a whole scene of like when the orcs come, and then Balabar is going to protect them with his magic, and he's going to send them off into the woods and tell them, head south to Nightstone and find Lady Nandar, who Balabar doesn't know is already dead. Go find Lady Nandar. She'll help you, and like getting equipment and starting your journey. She'll tell you more about like what's happening. But go, and you have to go now. You have to go on your quest while I fend off of these orcs. And the elves of Ardeep Forest, there's a bunch of elves in Ardeep Forest that kind of protect the place, are going to pop out of the woods and start shooting arrows at the orcs as well. It'll be like maybe like an orc gets a little too close, and then an arrow goes through their neck, and and then you see the elves. And the reason why I'm trying to introduce these orcs and elves is because there's an encounter that happens after Nightstone. So, kind of weird little connecting points. Okay, so Balabar tells them, go on your journey. I'm going to stay here and protect you. I'm going to have him turn into a panther. He's going to cast polymorph on himself, turn into a panther, and start attacking the orcs and stuff. And then, like, as the animals are running away and they're, like, becoming bipedal and like, growing in height in this, like, magical spell, they're going to look back and they're going to see Balabar kind of poof into a silvery mist. And he kind of disappears. And so they don't know if Balabar survives or if he's dead or what, but they just keep running. I'm just going to, encourage them to keep running. And they're going to come upon, on a trail, a bunch of dead elves. And all the dead elves are going to have their starting equipment. So there's going to be a fighter. There's going to be a wizard. There's going to be a... Dalabar was the name of my first rogue. Nice. Maybe they were distant cousins. Who knows? Dalabar and Balabar. So, actually, Balabar Muckbuckle is the name of my wizard in Baldur's Gate 3. That's why. So I'm just like, whatever, he's the wizard, and I needed a wizard name, a gnome name, so I just picked my character from Baldur's Gate. But he's going to send them off, and the characters, as they're like kind of making this transformation, I don't know if they're going to be animals or they're making their transformation, but they're going to find a bunch of dead elves on the road, and there's going to be like 2 goblins picking the scraps. And I think I'm also going to have a cart of equipment on its way to Nightstone. I don't know. I want to include the Lion Shield Coster in some way to have like a bunch of equipment for their starting equipment. So their swords and their armor and all the stuff that they need. They're going to come upon all these dead elves. There's going to be a fighter, a barbarian, like basically each one of their class types, and they're going to loot the bodies, and they're going to get all that equipment for their starting equipment. Because like I'm like, how am I going to give all these little animals a bunch of starting equipment? So yeah, that's how I thought I was going to introduce that. And then they get to Nightstone. So let me look at my to-do list here. We did Streetling Homebrew. Oh yeah, we need to add these feats. Okay. So yeah, that's my intro story. I don't know if that's just me being like a lunatic. I don't know if it makes sense or what. Let me know. I thought it was a cool little intro story. And Balabar is gonna like appear with Zephyros a couple times during the story, and they're gonna try to lead them to the Eye of the Allfather. And I think Zephyros I'm gonna have die, and but like Balabar is basically like their master, you know, teaches them everything. And yeah, that's how that's gonna go. That is how that's gonna go. So I have a list of free feats that I want them to start with. Here we go. I missed the first part. How do they gain sentience? Sapience. So that's what I'm trying to kind of figure out is it's going to come from Balabar. Balabar is going to awaken them somehow magically because he's a powerful wizard and wiggles fingers magic. I don't know. So either it's going to be like a potion or a spell, or I was going to have him like magically infuse the food that he feeds them, and like that's how he like kind of like gets them to come to the cabin. Like, you know, maybe he leaves a little trail of cheese for the mouse, and the mouse you know, follows the trail of cheese and finds this little cabin, and there's a little gnome there, and you know, he's giving them little scraps of food, and maybe the food is magically enhanced to kind of awaken them, and slowly, little by little, he's going to read to them at the campfire like stories of the lore and the history of the Waterdeep and magic. He's going to teach them like magic little by little and how to fight and stuff like that. So it's going to come from Balabar. I don't know how yet. I haven't really figured out. If you have any recommendations, I'm all ears. But yeah, here's the choices of feats that I was going to have them start with. Before this animal thing, I was encouraging them to pick factions to start from. But now that they're animals, they're not going to start in a faction. So I'm going to remove it. And they're going to find the factions later on, and they'll gain the feats that way. And they'll have to go on like a faction quest to gain a faction feat and gain reputation with them and stuff like that. I decided to add also a survival element to this. I kind of spoke with them about, because I don't want to make it too grindy. Like, you have to track hunger and water and stuff, but this is a story where you can explore the entirety of the North. So I introduced a rule that you have to track 1 ration per day. And that gives you the reason to visit Waterdeep, to visit towns, to speak to a merchant and fill up on your food. But the artificer is going to be a chef. So I decided you get a free chef feat, because why not? And basically the chef of the party can make meals for the crew, and that overrides the 1 ration per day. He's just going to have to loot food as he goes along. And he's just going to, like, you know, just a fun way to like introduce a little RP at the campfire, and while they're chatting and stuff like that, they can RP how they make their food, whatever salted meats he wants to make. But I chose a list of maybe like not so strong feats that I don't know. They're not too bad. I feel like they're not too bad. Just a couple of them to choose from. So I feel like it's not too bad. But I need to add the Humblewood feats because I want to have them be able to choose those as well. I have a problem with giving people too many magic items and feats. It's just what I like to do. I don't know. I don't really care. I just make it more difficult, you know? And I just like giving people loot and stuff. I want to give them options to start. Okay, let's see these feats. Let's see these feats. Aerial Expert. No longer need to move at least 10 feet. None of them are flying, actually. None of them chose flying races, which is surprising. Opportunistic Thief. I don't think that any of these are overly powered. I think this is good. So we're going to add all of them. They can choose. Because why not? Page break? What's a page break? Page break. There we go. Boom. Yeah, I have a little bit of an issue with giving people too much stuff. Which is whatever. It's a game. It should be fun, you know? Why not? You know what? Whatever. I'm not even gonna... Doesn't have to be perfect. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Nice chill weekend. I just started a new job, so I feel like I can do these kinds of things again and not feel guilty about spending my free time doing nothing. So I figure I'd start streaming. Whatever. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. It's done. There we go. that we share this with our group. Okay. Done. This is done. It's fine. Some of the maps I'm going to be using are from Marveled Press. I thought that their Tower of Zephyros was pretty cool. I will also be using their Cabin in the Woods map. I thought it was cool. Set up actors and visibility. Okay. Yes. Actor. We'll just call this Raccoon for now. We're going to use the Mr. Primate importer. One of my favorite things to do in modules is add a merchant that basically will sell them loot they missed for a price. Oh, cuts their gold down and makes sure they find what they're supposed to. Nice. That's a good idea. Yeah. Instead of like, are you sure you're done searching the room? Yeah, that's cool. That's a good idea. I like that. I'll definitely be using that actually. I'll definitely be using that. Mouse. Yeah, one of those things where you don't have to tell them everywhere to go. Just move it somewhere else. You know, you can give them the illusion of a sandbox. Give them a railroad adventure. Just give them an illusion of a sandbox and just move things where you need them to be. You don't have to force them to look for certain things or, you know, hide them behind roles and then they miss it and stuff like that. Rat. Badger. Owl. And then unknown critter. Okay, now we need to not dox our IP. There we go. User management. Raccoon. Mouse. Rat. Owl. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's the other one? Badger. And unknown critter. There we go. I don't know what this is. I tried to update it and it didn't work, so whatever. Snow. There we go. Wait. Seems to be adding snow to it automatically. What is going on there? Interesting. We'll figure that out later. Whatever. Okay. Actors. Badger. Badger is the owner. Critter is the owner. Oops. Mouse is the owner. Owl is the owner. Raccoon, owner. Rat is the owner. Dunzo. Sweet. I think we'll set up their vision and tokens and stuff once we have the last person there. Oh, I have to do it. Never mind. Yeah, we'll just do this. They don't have their character art yet, which is fine. Prototype token? Yes. Okay, this is the Badger. Now we look up the Badger's vision. What is the Badger's vision? Character's not ready. Oops. You can see in dim light within 60 feet of you as if it were bright light, and darkness as if it were dim light. You can't discern color, only shades of gray. Vision. Vision range 60 feet. Detection modes. Oh. Okay, what would be the basic vision? What is the default vision of a character just in regular daylight? Default vision range D&D. See up to 2 miles. That's a lot. You can see up to 2 miles. Interesting. I mean, I guess you would be, you would be able to see. This basic summary: on a clear day, you can see 2 miles unobstructed by terrain or features. Okay. Like 10,000 feet. That's kind of crazy. But then we also add dark vision, which is only 60. Yes. A message? Oh. Okay. That's fine. Also, I want them to be able to see their name and their health, hit points. Doesn't have health yet. Okay. But if I were to put, just to make sure. Okay, it works. Also, we need to delete these. Just do it from here. Critter, we don't know. We'll just give them basic vision. And they will, I mean, let's be honest, they're probably going to have dark vision. Because, excuse me, DM, I have dark vision. Always for everyone. Hit points. Identity. Always for everyone. Token name. Critter. Mouse. I don't know what mouse he's going to pick, but I think he's just going to pick the one from Humblewood. I would assume that's what he's going to pick. So let's see what that says. You can update these later, but I just want to have it built, roughly built for what we need. Or we can just go in and update it later. Gerbine, that's what they're called, Gerbine. Okay. Oh, Gerbine does not have night vision or dark vision. Interesting. Okay, that's fine. Because they will have... Did you ever make a point of their dark vision only being black and white, or do you just see that, let them see in the dark? That's a good question. Well, with Foundry, it will automatically show them black and white depending on if it's daytime or darkness, daylight or darkness, and if you add light sources, it will also show them color. So I think it is cool to, I mean, when you're playing like in person, I don't know, theater of the mind, whatever, but Foundry has this stuff built in. So, I mean, I'm going to keep it as black and white, and they're going to have to light a torch if they want to see the color or something. You know, if they're tracking somebody and I tell them he's got a red cape on and they attack somebody with a blue cape on by accident, you know, that's on them. You know, they gotta make sure they're getting the right color. But, you know, let's be honest. They're going to go, they're going to get goggles of the night vision pretty much immediately or something like that to overcome dark vision. So let's be real. Basic vision, no night vision. Hit points, there we go. Owl, I assume the owl also has night vision. Oh, the owl does have flight. Okay. Does the owl have dark vision? Yes. Okay. But yeah, I feel like it's cool to keep that. And then like the maps will kind of change as they go throughout the day. I'm also going to try is the key word, to manage a calendar during all of this. And they're going to start on the first day of summer. And I'm going to try to manage a calendar and keep track of how many days, just for fun, just for me. And just to like, hey, we've been playing this game for 2 years in real life. How long has this character actually been in Faerun? Like, oh, it's only been like 3 months or something. I'm going to try to track actual days because I want to introduce weather and use like effects in Foundry to just show them like little snow, rain, and maybe it gives them a -1 on their perception check because it's really foggy or something. I'm not going to be like super crunchy with it because I think that could get really annoying really fast. So just a little bit here and there is cool. I just can't help myself sometimes. I just gotta add everything I can. Gotta add every little thing that I can find. Okay, does the raccoon have dark vision? The raccoon does have dark vision. Boom. Done. Rat. Does the rat have dark vision? Yes, they do. Rat. Always for everyone. Dark vision. Done. Okay. Now we are done. Now when they come out, they should have their names. Sweet. Now they have vision. I also added these to the splash page. I just got this image also. I don't remember where, on Reddit somewhere. I just searched up splash pages and I just found this. I just put the map, spoiler-free player version of the map that doesn't have the Eye of the Allfather on it. Not that they would even find it, let's be honest. But I thought it was a cool little thing. I added these little things for them to look at if they wanted to, journal entries. I gave them I have to update this. Oh. Okay. Well, I also need to get a couple more backstories, so I'll add this to the list for later. Update. Main quest log. Travel to Nightstone. So yeah, these are the original hooks for Storm King's Thunder. You have heard rumors of goblins terrorizing the settlement. The High Steward of Nightstone, Lady Valrosa Nendar, is a Waterdavian noble. She's reportedly offering a reward to anyone willing and able to deal with a goblin threat. So this is who Balabar is going to send the party to in search of help, in search of like shelter and guidance, basically. He'll say, get out of these woods, get away from the orc, go to Nightstone. She will help you. She knows, like, Balabar knows her. Of course, Balabar knows everybody. He's a very powerful wizard. Go to Lady Nandar. Unknowingly, they don't know that Lady Nandar is dead. So, the other one, Nightstone is a popular retreat for wealthy nobles who wish to hunt in our deep forest. That's where they're starting. Adventurers can earn good money by offering services as guards on a hunt. So there's actually kind of an issue with that. Like, the elves don't like when the people of Nightstone go and hunt in there, and they actually have an agreement for people to not do this. So that was going to be like a little bit of a area of contention. But instead, the elves are going to help them get out of the forest, because the elves, of course, know they don't know Balabar, but they're keeping an eye on him and they're allowing him to live in their forest by because Balabar is good and he literally helped save Seal Tiamat, and it's kind of like an unspoken agreement. He doesn't hunt, he doesn't do he's just minding his own business, and they protect him, he protects them, kind of thing. The residents of Nightstone have a long-standing and seemingly inconceivable conflict with the northern neighbors. Yeah, see? The elves of Ardeep Forest. Lady Velrosa Nandar has been searching for skilled mediators to help resolve the dispute, so that one's kind of going to go out the window. Nightstone Inn is renowned for its food and cozy guest rooms. The dwarf innkeeper Morak Urgray has fondness for adventurers and a nose for lucrative adventuring opportunities. They're not going to know about this guy or meet him until they go to the Dripping Caves. So all of these are going to change, and basically it's just going to be you're a little critter guy in the woods who's being taken care of by a gnome, and then you're going to gain sentience and go on from there. I gave them a little NPC info log because they're going to meet a lot of different people, and I don't know about you, but I forget pretty much everything in a D&D game from week to week, and I need to be able to look back on it. So just gave them a little journal that they can fill out with NPC stuff. I'll fill it out for them probably as well. Side quest log, so they can view that at any time they want. Yeah, cool. Done. Okay, before I go into the adventurer's cabin, I'm just gonna take a little mini break, a little bio break for me. Everybody else, if you're watching, grab a drink or whatever you gotta do, stretch your legs. I'm just gonna go take a little bio break and stretch my legs, so I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, I think that I have procrastinated enough. I actually have to build a map now. So now I'm going to try to build this map. We're going to start with the intro adventure. Got a little snack. Gotta have a little snack, you know what I mean? Okay. Do a little chapter 0. Trying to type with a snack in my hand. Okay. Let's put the splash page in here. Let's make a new scene. Balabar's cabin. Okay. Whoa. Balabar's cabin. Background image is going to be need to put these maps in there. Let's see. Maps. Cabin in the woods. Yes. Cabin in the woods. Let's also grab Tower of Xenophos. Zephyros. Sorry. Storm King's Thunder. Go. 0-0. Starting quest. Oh, I don't know if that's going to break the link. Okay. We'll just keep it there. Whatever. Okay, back to this. Starting quest, Cabin in the Woods. Gridded or ungridded? We're going to go gridded. Okay. Lighting. Token vision. Good. We're good. Good. Do ambience as we see fit. Balabar's cabin. Okay. Change this. How's the other one? Okay. Try to match this stuff so it's all the same. Because I'm a freak. It has to be the same. .1 Balabar's cabin. Boom. Okay. So yeah, like I said, this map is from Morvold Press. Morvold Press. Morvold Press. There we go. Make sure this is right. So I had to open my window, get a little air in here, you know what I mean? So let me know if there's too much background noise. Okay, this is the same. Just want to make sure it's the same. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Bap, ba-dum, boom, pat. Morvold Press, morvoldart.com. So you can check that out. I've done my due diligence now. I got this map from Morvold Press. Got some cool maps. So let's make it legit. Looks like it's lined up pretty well. I just need to fix the scale. Yeah, I need to fix the scale. Okay, configure. Grid. Okay. Let's see if I can do this correctly without messing it up. Maybe. Maybe. Not a huge fan of this, but it does work. Okay. That looks pretty good. Go over here, see if it still matches. Oh, see, that's getting a little off. Why? Why? No. Why? Actually, I should do something else. I think with the Patreon that I have, I can do this a different way. What if we try that? Oh! That looks a lot better. Right? Yes. It looks much better. Yes. Now the grid we already have in the map, so we're going to turn this down. We should only see, yes. We test that with the character. Works. It's scaled. Very nice. Okay, but this Patreon has an importer or something. I have not imported Universal Map Importer. Openable windows. Should windows be openable? I don't know how to use this. I'm going to be totally honest. Let's see if we can figure it out. Might have to look it up. Let's check out the Foundry module page. Current content importers? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Maybe there's something here. Oh, there we go. Yes. All right. Test. Okay. Okay. Aha. Oh no. I don't remember what that was on. I guess the higher the better. Oh. Interesting. Did it make any walls? It did. Aha. Very nice. Okay. Okay. It put in lights too? Let's go. Nice. Does it put in stuff over here? It does. You just look at it. That's not a door though. It should be a door. Do a little fixing. That's fine. Door. Boom. So yeah, I found this map. I thought it was pretty nice, and it will give a lot of space. They're not going to use any of this space, but it'll give a lot of space for when the orcs show up. So I'll give them room to run away down this way. And then I don't know what I'm going to do over here. This is just for fun. It really does not matter. Okay, let's replace this one. Let's delete this one. Yes. And we're going to move this up here. Very nice. We can get rid of this and rename. Boom. Okay. Let's check the grid. Make sure that actually did import correctly. Looks like it did. It sure did. Nice. That saves us a lot of time coming up. That's going to save us a whole lot of time. I mean, we could add trees and stuff in here if we want, but I really don't think it's that important. We will have, yeah, we're just going to leave it like this. Okay. Grid. Turn this back off because it's got one on the map. Do a little testy. Test. Okay, the vision works. Very cool. Very nice. Door works. Sweet. Okay. All right. Next thing we need to do is make sure these levels... Oh no. What happened? Okay. Oh, we didn't make any levels yet. Okay. Level. So this is something that I learned recently when I was setting up Nightstone. I thought it was pretty slick, I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was pretty cool. But basically, you can have levels on the same map. Instead of switching between different maps, we can just have you just have one map, and there'll be like stairs that they can go up, and it'll automatically change their elevation to the next level. I thought it was pretty sweet. So it took a while for me to learn how to do it, but I finally figured it out, and now we can use it. So let's make sure all of these things are on the ground floor level. 0 to 9. Yep. Oh no. Change the type. Let's maybe do it this way instead. Can we do this? We can. Okay. A little weird, but it works. We'll do all the walls, just the walls. All the walls. Top is 9 feet and bottom is 0. Boom. Now we do the windows. Now we do the windows. Okay, top is 9. I guess, I mean, if we really wanted to be granular, a window would be a certain amount of feet up, but I don't think it really matters that much. It just needs to block vision, so that's fine. Doors, just need to make sure it's on the right level. That's all we need to do right now. Boom. So that way, when a character pulls up, they can open it, and the windows act like windows, but they can't get through them unless they break them or something, or open them. Okay, sweet. Let's go check this area over here. Oh yeah, wow. Okay, this one should be a little easier. Boom, boom, boom. Looks like there's a little piece that's hiding. Yeah. Top 9 0. Boom. Door 9 0. Boom. Done. Okay. Now the next thing that we need to do is make regions for the stairs. So the way this works is place regions as stairs. We're going to draw a region in the stairwell. And as soon as they pass this region, enter this region, let's put it, no. Damn, where should I put it? At the top of the stairs? I think so. Let's put it here. As soon as they enter that area, it will put them 10 feet up. Yes. Okay. And we'll see how that works later. also need to put a region over here on these stairs. Let's put that over here. We're going to draw a polygon instead. A little weird with the... Okay, that's fine. Boom. Donezo. A little weird with the square, but I think it'll still work. Okay. Next, we are going to bring in the level 2 stuff. So we go to tiles, level 2. Make sure level 2 is selected. Okay. Now we go to our tile browser. Cabin in the woods. Yep. Assets and tokens. I think that's the second floor. I just want to make sure. Okay, that is the second floor. Okay, it should. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, we need to make sure the asset grid size is the same as the scene. So we go over here. Grid size is 100. Why is it not the same? I'm gonna have to kind of mess with this. Nope, that's not it. Is that it? No. Looks like it's off by a little bit. Oh. That's interesting. How do we get this to match up? I think we're just gonna have to keep messing with it until it works. Yeah, it stinks. It's not quite right. 250? Oh, maybe? That was pretty good. Boom. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Sweet. Now we do have to redraw the walls, but that's because we're deciding to add this second floor, which is not bad. Okay, so we got the second floor on there. We draw that. We make sure our level 2 is active. Go to the walls. Almost looks like he has some stuff set up. Or maybe I missed it. Yeah, I did miss it. Okay. Okay, that puts it down. Okay, nice. Sweet, sweet, sweet. All right, to redraw these walls real quick. Basic wall. And honestly, I'm a CAD engineer, so like this kind of stuff is like exactly what I do anyway. It's just kind of funny. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. All right. Okay. Some of it's a little weird, but it works. I don't know what is going on here. Is that like a... What is that? What is that? Is that like an... Oh, it's their... It's the toilet for... Boom. 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 And since we're drawing on the second level, it should... Yeah, it's automatically adding the wall heights. Add a little extra sick. Nope, nope, nope. Oh no. Add a little extra wall segment right there. There we go. That looks good to me. Oh. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Windows. Let's do windows first. It's nice to have everything set to the right grid because, oh, we missed this part. This should be a window. It's nice to have everything set to a grid because when I was making Nightstone, I brought in another map and it was not really scaled correctly, so I had to kind of scale it roughly the way I thought it should be, and then making the walls was kind of rough. Getting them to connect. Let's put in the doors. Oops. Okay. Nice. Okay, we need another region right there. Another door. Nope, nope. Another door. Oh no. Door. There we go. There we go. Okay, I honestly think that nobody is ever even gonna come up here. But we have to make it anyway, just because. Just to keep learning and making maps. Because why not? Okay, now this one goes to 10 to 20. Very nice. Apologize if you hear any noise right now. Hopefully it's not coming through. I'll have to rewatch this later. Okay, I think we're done with that. Let's check the second floor tile for the wizard tower over here. I don't know if we want to make this a roof. I think we make that a roof. Yes. Will it match up perfectly? It does. Let's go. We could make some small walls. Yeah. Might as well. Let's do some low height walls. Oh. There we go. I'm still learning, so I wonder how we can do this without... Oh, I think I need to select the tile, appearance, fade, always visible, and we're going to turn it back later while we fix these walls. Maybe I hold Alt. Whatever. Okay, there we go. Just so they don't fall off of the wizard tower. Doesn't have to be perfect. Depends on what you need. Make it as exact or not as you want. We're gonna make these 3-foot walls 13. There we go. And then this will be an invisible wall. Visible wall. Boom. Select. Nice. Let's put a little light on there. Looks like there's a light. Lights. Let's copy this one. Copy that one. Back to the second floor. Put a light. Oh no, it's copying that. Oh. We're learning as we go, you know? How do we... Height. There we go. 10. Now... No, it doesn't show up. Okay. Height, top, elevation. 19. Interesting. Okay. We are going to just make a new one. Boom. That's it. That's all we gotta do. Nothing crazy. Level 2. Couple more lights, looks like. Little candles. Shift. Okay, shift is to move it without the grid. Okay. Let's add them. Readjust them. All right. Probably not giving off much light, but they're just little candles, so it shouldn't really be giving off too much. Okay, we'll go back and fix this tile and make it a roof. Excuse me. Fade entire tile. Done. Okay. Now we go to level 3 and we place this roof. Place the roof of the cabin. Should fit. It does. I don't think we're going to put any walls or anything. I think that's probably good enough. Let's add a couple more little lights. Maybe just one light on the table there. Okay. What are some of the options here? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Done. There we go. Now, when we use the vision, it should, fingers crossed, to work. Yeah, okay, sweet. Okay, so now you can kind of see that the roof is there, but they can't see through it when they hover over it until they go into the place or look in the window. Look in the window, you can see second floor or the first floor stuff. Only see the first floor stuff. I thought that was kind of neat. Like it looks a lot nicer than, you see this like black fog of war that kind of blocks the roof. If you don't have this like levels set up and better roofs and all those other things set up, it just kind of looks like a black, I don't know, it's kind of weird. But like as you come over here, you're seeing the top of this wizard tower. That's the roof. And like as you approach it, you can open the door and look in. As they look in, it'll show them the inside of it. And when they enter, it'll only show them that. Go up the stairs. Have to use shift to kind of get through the stairs. A little tight, kind of a tight squeeze. But as soon as you enter this square, boom, puts you up on the... Well, since I'm in like DM view, puts you up on the second floor. That's not really working the way I hoped it would. Is it? Why is that not working? Maybe this should not be a roof, it should be a level. I think it should be a level and not a roof. Yeah. Yes, that's what we're gonna have to do. Yep, that's what I have to do. Okay, go back to tiles, remove that, unselect roof placement, find my second floor tower, line it up, the walls should still be there, they are, and now it still works with the visibility, right? Oh, they're still on the second floor, that's why. Okay, yeah, now they see inside the first floor. They go up here. Go up to the second floor. Automatically puts them on the second floor. Have to go. And now if they say like, I jump off of the tower to land out here, you're just going to have to like manually change their elevation, which is fine. And the DM view looks much different than the player view, like as I'm switching. Okay. But now if we go in here, you can see there's a roof. Open the door, hover over, you can see inside. Go inside, close the door behind us. Go up the stairs work. Go through the door, go up the other stairs. Oh no. So it sounds like I have to make a roof and a floor tile. I don't know how that works, but interesting. What if we do this? Do it with it turned off. Oh no. Experimenting. We're experimenting. We can see this roof when we're standing out here. We also want to be able to see it as a balcony. Let's try adding the roof as a non-roof, as a level. Let's see if that works. Before this, by doing this, it was giving me a little bit of weird visuals. So hopefully it doesn't do the same. I can still see it. Okay. Seeing the second floor. Okay. Nice. There we go. Okay, that works. And I'm not going to do any more elevations. I think that once they get up here, it's fine to just leave it as it is. Could get very granular and add like a 5-foot difference. Yeah, before when I was adding it, I had like another level and it would see the second floor instead. But it looks like it's working out. Okay, we're good. So that means that we can come back over here and do the same thing with this so that it works the way I want it to. So we're going to go on to the second level, enable roof placement, add our tile. So now we have basically two tiles here. One of them is a roof and one of them is a level. It's just for visibility stuff. Go back to the ground floor and it should work. Yeah, see, now we're seeing the top. We're only seeing the top of it as we approach. And then the vision will hide. Yes, nice, nice. Okay. Sweet. Very cool. Boom. Okay, nice. Nice. It works. Okay. We're done with the forest cabin. Okay. Sweet. And this is going to be orcs. Bunch of orcs that come out of the woods. We'll just have them on the tabletop, just ready to go. Have them kind of hiding everywhere. Not in the south, though, because we want them to be able to escape south. And we'll do some scouts to protect the little critters. These are just for my... They're not really... I'll adjust their places later. I just kind of put in a couple just to... so that they're on the tabletop ready to go when I need them. Alright. I think... Intro Adventure Cabin is done. Boom. Nice. That was not bad. But yeah, the levels thing is pretty crazy. The modules that you need for this to work are wall height. You need better roofs, and you need levels. And there's a whole bunch of YouTube videos and stuff out there that you can watch, but basically you need your background image. Set your background image like I did when I imported the map image. Set your grid, make sure it's scaled correctly. That will be like your level 0. Let's call that level 0. And then the walls are 9 feet high. We'll just call it 9 feet high, or depending on what your map says or your book says. And then level 2, you add another tile, and you're gonna need like transparent images, PNG images, whatever, of the same thing. So, look for good artists out there on Patreon, like Marvel Press that I found. Look for free maps sometimes that you'll be able to find with transparent levels and stuff. But yeah, you gotta do a little digging around. You'll find separate tiles for each level, and you're gonna need level, wall, roof, so yeah, let's see what else we gotta do here. Dripping caves, you gotta check that. But yeah, that's done. We could add a forest path encounter where they pick up their gear. Who could I get that from? Let's see if Marvel's got any forest path. Forest. Forest ravine and modular caves. Path. Let's see what he got. Winterwood, random forest. Random encounter, forest gorge, forest ravine. Forest road, random encounter. Here we go. Sounds promising. Morvold Press, y'all. Morvold Press. Good maps. This is a good looking map, I think. Looks pretty good. Just downloading a map here. Forest Road. Okay. We're gonna call this random encounters. Well, no, we'll just put it in here. Can we also just import this one? It looks like we can. Okay, let's try. Scene name 0.2 Forest Road. Okay. Gridded. Forest Road. It's in the summertime. Oops, I messed this up again. There we go. Okay, let's see. Wow. That looks nice. Looks nice, huh? Morvold Press. Good maps, good maps. Looks good. The grid matches. That's all I care about. Okay, it looks good. It looks good. Let's put it in this chapter. Okay. Visibility is good. It is. Sweet. I think they're gonna be coming to this point at night. I kind of want them to be showing up at night. Got lights in here? What are these lights? Is that like sunlight? What are these lights? Lighting. Okay, so global illumination is not set. They've placed a bunch of lights on the map. I assume based on the lighting that they drew into this. Looks like it. So instead we're gonna turn them all off. Because they're gonna be showing up at night. So transition to darkness. Yeah. Very dark. Oh my gosh, so dark. Let's test the vision of the badger. Oh, not giving black and white vision. Interesting. Let's see. Hmm. Basic vision. I think that if I put this as dark vision, it gives it always as black and white. I want it to be See, now this is grid units. I think that is actually counting. It's actually counting squares. So instead we do 12. We'll figure it out. We're going to figure it out. Vision enabled. Grid units. Turn this down to 2,000. Remove blind sight. Maybe I need to do this in here. Lights. Darkness level 1. I don't know. I don't know. Interesting. What happens if we change this to 12? Okay. It's not in black and white though. At least we do know that this should be 60. What happens if we do this? Light perception. What happens if we do that? Okay, what happens if we put a light next to it? Because then all of the things that I said earlier were not true. Oh, okay, so it is giving color. Okay. No. Now, what if we put all of these on? And I guess in a forest there would be dark spots, even shady parts, and even in daytime. $60. I think that this is right. I think this is correct. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Go back, turn these off. Can only see so far, which is cool. as we're prepping, turn the lights back on. We need a tile of a wagon. We need a wagon. Maybe in here? Vehicles? Maybe? There's nothing in here. Okay. Any wagons? Where's the wagons at? Wagon? There's nothing in there. We need to find a wagon. Might have to go look for one. What about in here? Wagon. I see a wagon. Nope. Nope. Dang. Wait, I'm on the lighting layer. Wagon? Wagon? No. Boo. Items? Import entity. Okay. You're not going to give me a wagon. Boo. Wagon. No. Okay. Let's try. Override? What is that? Nothing. Summons. Wagon. No. Dang. That is unfortunate. Let's try monsters just because. Wagon. Nothing. Okay. We need to go find a wagon tile. Wait, I think that Morvold has some tiles. That's it? Vampire Hunter wagon. Adventure wagon. Oh, I have all kinds of stuff in here. Oh. Yo, Morvold Press, y'all. I'm telling you. Go check him out. Go check him out. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. Let me put this in assets. I think so. Adventure wagon. I have no idea what this looks like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just importing it to see what it looks like. Independent. Oh gosh, this thing is crazy. What is it? Oh. Tile. Do this the right way. Assets, tiles, adventure wagon. Oh, is this like an adventure that they came out with? It looks like it. Oh my gosh. Clean version. This thing is like a this thing's a freaking yacht. What the heck? Look at this thing. Oh my gosh. This thing's got stairs and a bedroom. What the Yo, whose wagon is this? Oh my gosh. I don't know if I need this crazy of a wagon. I'm not gonna lie. I just want like hold up, hold up, hold up. Back it up, Terry. Goblin Tower wagon, Kobold wagon, Explorer wagon. What in the world? Heavy transport wagon, Mead wagon, Dwarven wagon, and NPCs. Small wagons. Here we go. Small wagon. I want a small wagon. Download? Download? Download. Yo, but that is crazy. I have to look that up. Okay, tiles, small wagon. Oh my gosh, this thing is crazy too. Yo, whose wagons are these? Who's got these wagons? I'm spending way too much time on this. I'm getting way... I'm getting way too deep on this. Let's just put this one. I think that one's good. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Okay, that's fine. Can we rotate it? Yes, we can. Okay, sweet. We got a horse. Oh yeah, we got a horse actor. Horse. Draft horse. And unfortunately, I'm sorry to say it, but this horse is dead. And he's off to the side. Poor horse. There's two of them. We need some elf scouts. Need some dead scouts. We need 6. They are all also going to be dead. What if we make some alternative, some male and some female scouts? Duplicate. Scale. Scout. Eh. Boom. Change the token. I also got this Foundry module. I think is very useful. I've used it a lot. Notes. Tokenizer. It's been very useful. Maybe a scout. There we go. What happened? What? Have to find a new picture. I think that one's good. Scout mail. Here we go. Scout, where are you? I will find it, I promise. That's why. There we go. Yes. No! Why is it not showing up? Oh, that's why. I was pressing the wrong button. Okay, try this again. Scout. Yes, there we go. Finally. Add frame. Yes. Use character avatar. There we go. Finally, oh my gosh. There we go. Okay. My goodness. Let's add some goblins. 2 goblins. They are looting. Okay. And this is where all the characters will gain their starting equipment. The goblins have dark vision, so they're not carrying torches, but I will say that there's probably... I don't know if there would be a torch on the wagon. Well, there would be some humans for the Lion Shield Coster also. So let's say they're guards. They are also dead. And basically they're just going to fight these 2 goblins as a little intro. Easy encounter. Trivial encounter. Should be able to defeat them no problem. And the guards would definitely have a torch. What is that? What? We have to add a torch? Okay, that's interesting. ED Beyond. Items. Torch. Adventure gear. There, now they have a torch in their avatar. Okay, now, yes, now it should work. Yes, good, good. Okay. Now when we make this dark, should just be 2 little torches going there. Yeah. And I would say they're probably on the ground, but nearby. Not that important. At least there's some light that they'll be able to see. Yeah. And maybe there's a lantern on the back. There's a lantern on the back corner, illuminating the whole area. That's a little much. $1.5? No. 1. Change the color of the light? We can. I'm colorblind, so please forgive me. Oh gosh. Yeah, there we go. Undo. And we'll just do torch. 1. That's fine. I think that's good. That's a little weird, but torch. 1. Torch. 1. Dunzo. Okay, I think that is done. I think I went a little overboard, but it works. It looks good. We're done. Okay, next, might as well just review and look at Nightstone. Show what I got going on over there. So this is where I learned how to do all of the levels and roofs. It was pretty crazy. It was pretty tough to learn at first, but once you get it down, it's pretty easy. It's got walls everywhere. It's got lights, it's got tokens set up, it's got the little journal entries set up. And they're going to start the adventure here. Transition to daytime. We're going to start in the day. So let's do global illumination. This is the guy I was using before. That's interesting. This dark vision thing is kind of weird. It's color over there, but not. So I kind of had to expand the map a little bit because the original map that comes with the book, when it's imported, it's like all like JPEG kind of squashed quality, and Doesn't look amazing. So I brought in this map instead, which I found on Reddit, and I expanded the map a little bit and I drew this very beautiful grassy area that I made. I wonder how I can make it. I'm tempted to honestly just put some lights out here. Yeah, that's fine. So they're all going to start here. And like I said, the scale was a little off, so I'm just going to let them roam freely and then just try to only move, 30 feet when they're in combat like that instead. They will arrive in Nightstone and they're going to hear the bell going because there's 2 goblins that are just ringing on that bell like crazy. They're going to see these footprints. The prints are, of course, from goblins and the wargs, and then all the people that were leaving that when it was attacked. They're going to show up. The town is totally abandoned, and they'll hear the bell. I don't know if you can actually hear that. There's a bell going in the tower. Gets louder as they get closer. But all the towers are set up. This one is locked apparently. There we go. They'll show up, they'll see the thing, they'll see that nobody's really in there. Keep kind of walking up. From here, they might see the wargs over there. I think the wargs I'm going to have a little distracted with the dog that they're eating until this bell goes off, and then they'll hear the adventurers. But yeah, they pull up to the temple. This will probably be the first place that they go because they hear the bell going. And I'm going to say, you hear a bell. We're going to come in here, check out what's going on. What's going on here? Nobody's even back in this room. We're gonna go up the stairs, boom, 2 goblins. And I'll probably also explain that they can see the goblins from there. I'll probably let them surprise the goblins because they're just messing around, having fun on the bell, ringing the bell. And here we got the tavern. Open up the tavern door. Tavern is all messed up because there's this big rock that fell through the ceiling. There is a dead goblin right here with an arrow in its back, just face first in the floor. And then they'll probably go to inspect it, see what's going on. They'll see, this is the levels thing, they'll see above them there is an unconscious person. Well, they don't really know that they're pretending, but there's an unconscious person. I rolled earlier for her stealth, and they only got a 13, so pretty much everyone's going to see them as soon as they pull up. They're going to see the dead goblin. They're going to see the person unconscious up there, up on the 2nd floor. But then I'm also going to tell them that they hear another goblin rooting around in the kitchen. They're going to fight this goblin or do whatever they want, let him go. Depends what they want to do. Go up to the 2nd floor, check out the rooms, loot the rooms, find Kella Darkhope. Now, it's going to be up to them if they want to attack Kella or talk to her. Hopefully they talk to her, and she's going to try to convince them not to mess with her, to help her rid the town of goblins. They will see the flying snake, and they are not going to know who the who the Zentarim are yet, Black Network, because they didn't really pick any of the factions. So she's just going to be kind of this mysterious person to them. maybe she'll join them and help them rid the town, because what she wants is she wants help ridding the town of these goblins, so that the seven snakes, when they show up tomorrow morning, can take over this town for this interim for themselves. So yeah, they'll go in here, complete, looting the place, maybe take up Dark Hope. Which, I mean, come on, you could have picked a little bit more of a scary, like a more obvious name, Dark Hope, Kella Dark Hope. Anyway, but yeah, this map's pretty cool. I thought it was, it's a good little intro quest. You got the roofs are working, walls all work. Vision, they'll come over here and see these pigs. Now, all of them can speak to animals. I'm giving them the ability to speak to animals. They will be able to speak to these pigs, and I want these pigs to give the, "You should give me the grains, brother." Like, no, I'll have to rewatch that, whatever that one is, but no, brother, give the grains to me, and they'll have to decide on which pig to give the grains. It doesn't matter. The pigs do know that the goblins are here, and they don't want anything to do with them. They're more interested in arguing with each other on convincing the adventurers to give them food. They'll come over here, see the goblins chasing a chicken. Poor defenseless, innocent chicken. Hopefully they'll kill him. There's just a house here. There's a bunch of houses that are just kind of, they have some story to them. Maybe there's a dead, a dead commoner in there. Here's the stables. In the stables, they'll find all these horses, and the horses are mega spooked. And there's a goblin on the roof. And the goblin's going to shoot arrows at the adventurers when they come in here. When they come in here, they'll also be able to calm these horses down and then probably try to take them, because they haven't talked to any townsfolk yet. They will probably try to take them, and then the owner of this barn is going to let them have them, because I want to give them some horses for the adventure, for their travels. So when they find the owner, what does it even say who the owner is? Nendar family. Oh, this is owned by Lady Nendar, and she's dead. So it's just like the town's horses, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so this is just like the town's horses, and sounds like they're unclaimed. Maybe they're like some of the villagers' horses. So the guards, if they agree, if they play nicely with the guards over in the keep, and they save the people in the dripping caves, which they should, they're going to get these horses for free. Because why not? Because why not? What's this place? Just a house, another house, a couple more houses, villager, commoner houses. This is the Lion Shield Coster in here. A couple more goblins. These goblins are, I think they have pumpkins on their heads, so they're blinded. Yeah, they are. Let's give them the blinded condition. Blinded. They have pumpkins on their head, and they're playing tag in the pumpkin field. So pretty easy pickings for the adventuring party. Kill them, no problem. Goblins in here looting the Lion Shield Costa. They can pick up any adventuring gear below 10 gold pieces. Excuse me. And down south there, that's the windmill. Another goblin in there. Then we come up over here, and we got the bridge jump. They're gonna have to figure out how to get past this bridge jump. Jump over if they got the strength to do it. Catch each other, put a rope over, I don't know, throw each other. Whatever they're gonna have to do, they're gonna have to figure out how to get past that. Here's the guards barracks. So they'll see dead guards for the first time. And then the keep. They'll go into the keep. And then this is where they'll talk to, all the guards are going to turn around and be like, yo, what are you doing here? They will see that the lady is dead. And the guards will tell them all about how it happened. They'll tell them that Nightstone was attacked by a cloud giant in a giant castle in the sky, and they were just bombarded with giant boulders. And this is where they will learn that the entire town is hiding in a cave nearby. So yeah, these points here, they will learn that the lady is dead. Nobody should have any way to revive this person here. So it's just kind of like we came here to meet this lady and she's dead. And now we're screwed. Oh, your entire village was attacked by a cloud giant. Oh, all the villagers are now hiding in a cave somewhere, and there's goblins everywhere. The orcs just drove us out of this forest. We were supposed to come here for this lady. Like, what do we do? And the guards are going to be like, yo, go save our town in the cave. So that's what they'll have to learn. They can explore this castle. They will be encouraged not to loot the place, but let's be honest, they will try. So, up here in Lady Nendar's room, there is a flying sword that's hanging on the wall and is inanimate until they try to loot the treasure chest. There's a third floor here, in case they wanted to look out for any reason at all. Again, the levels are working right the way we want them to, which is great. Stairs are working. Yeah, the scale's a little bit off, so they'll have to kind of readjust as they go. But yeah, that's Nightstone. Pretty straightforward. Not too bad. That's good to go. That's prepped up. Good to go. Dripping Caves. Now, luckily, this one actually imported with a good map. It looks pretty decent, I think. It's got all the monsters ready. I need to fix this one. Goblin boss. Okay. Okay. Goblin boss will actually, like, oh, what's this? Commoner. Why does that not have a... There we go. The goblins here will actually barter with them. And the reason that they will do that is because this Hark guy has a horde of loot. And if let's see, where does it say? They can pay a ransom of 1 gold piece per villager. The amount is 31 gold pieces minus 1 gold piece villager for each villager who has died since the character has arrived at the caves. Apparently, every hour, the goblins will take a villager and kill them and feed them to the ogres and stuff, or eat them. So they will hand over the villagers if they pay the ransom, if they give Hark a working lock, which he needs a new lock for his treasure chest, which I think is kind of goofy, but he really wants to lock up his loot, and he was willing to give up the villagers for that so that the rest of the goblins don't take his loot. The other way is if they kill the blob, if they haven't already encountered it, if they kill the black pudding blob over here, which is, it's going to mess up some of their gear. They're going to have to fix their gear. The other thing is if they turn on Boss Hark. Where is that? Pretty sure one of the goblins wants to cross. Yep. Yeah, right here. Snakebat. Snakebat the goblin is standing watch over the horde of loot, and Snakebat feels that this duty is a form of punishment. If she sees one or more well-armed adventurers, Snakebat offers to lead them to Boss Hark if they promise to kill him and help Snakebat become the new boss. Snakebat knows where he keeps his treasure, doesn't want to share this information with the character in hopes that she might get it. So, Area 7. Where's Area 7? Right here. Snakebat. Need to name this one. Snakebat. Hovered by owner, which is me. So if they come over here first, if they're coming in here, I guess they come in here. So yeah, this is locked. I thought he needed a lock. Oh, there's a large rock. Okay. There's a large rock blocking the way. Big enough to be loud enough to be heard by the creatures in Area 9. Okay. So, yeah. I don't know how that's going to play out. They're going to all hear them trying to move the rock. They'll probably try to sneak in here and see a shit ton of giant rats and goblins and stuff. Somebody just call me. And maybe they'll try to move the rock. Maybe they'll try to kill this group in particular is a little murder hobo-y, and they might just try to rock these goblins and kill them right away. My guess is honestly they will probably just try to kill them. But if they come in here and Snakebat sees them, I'll probably have, hey, come over here, and maybe Snakebat tries to talk to him, convince him to kill him, so she can take over. Which, I mean, I don't know who she's gonna. I don't know. Maybe they. Again, I'm really thinking that they're just gonna come in here and kill all of these ogres and goblins. So, how many commoners do we need in here? We need a lot. Thousands of tiny bats. Swarm of bats? Where's a swarm of bats? Swarm of bats. Boom. Nice. Cool. Let's also make this a little bigger, just because. 2x2. Because it's not really going to attack them. It's just going to like come out and mess with them. So how many villagers are in here? Okay. One, two. I think it said 31, right? In the earlier section. 31. Let's just put 31 in here. Well, there's also one hiding in that other place. Let's put 30. 2, 4, 5, 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. Put them all in this cave. This is a lot of tokens. I understand now why not all of them are on the map. Whoops. Oh no. Okay, they're really packed in here. Boom. Let's call that done. Oh my gosh, there's so many. I'm not making different tokens for all of them. Okay. They are all cowering in fear, making no noise, because they don't want to alert the bats in the center. Alright. Now all the walls should be good. And they are. I don't need to make any extra levels. There's no light in this place because the goblins don't need it. They're just little creatures. Let's see. No lighting, right? No lighting. Good. Okay. That is done. And again, you know, you're going to have to reread the chapter when you're about to run it, but it's all good. How long have we been streaming? 4 hours. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, we have the Tower of I don't know why I keep calling it Xenopus. Zephyros. Tower of Zephyros to set up next time. I think that's what we're going to do because I've been here for 4 hours. I think that's a pretty good stopping point. Yeah, we got all this done. Homebrew's done. We got the cabin set up. We got the forest road set up. We got Nightstone has already been set up and prepped. Dripping Caves is set up. So, I mean, they're probably not even going to make it when they start. They're probably never going to make it into the first couple of encounters in Nightstone anyway in the first session. But it's always good to be, you know, a couple of sessions ahead of people just to have encounters set up and know where you're going, know where they could go. I think that's a good point to stop. So I'm going to stop here. And next time I'll be setting up the Tower of Zephyros. There's a couple random encounters. There is a group that is going to come to the tower. But yeah, this map is not good. So we're going to replace it with something from... we're going to replace it from something from Morvold Press. Replace it with something from Morvold Press because that's good. And there's a bunch of levels. And what are they doing in here, by the way? Tower Zephyros. Yeah, this guy. This guy's gonna be. He's gonna be a cloudhead. Listen, we're adults. You know, he's gonna be smoking a bong when they show up, and he's gonna be goofy and silly, but also very wise. And he talks to, the voices, and the voices tell him all kinds of fun stuff, and that's where they're gonna learn about a little bit about the ordning and how it's affecting everything. And he knows Balabar, and he's going to give a little bit of insight on Balabar and how he was a great adventurer who slayed, dragons and sealed Tiamat and, helped with the tyranny of dragons and stuff. And then I'm going to have Imrith, the blue dragon, the big bad. I'm going to have her show up. Oh yeah, they also need to get the quest to go to Tribor. So this tower is going to show up after they clear the town, Nightstone, after they clear the Dripping Caves, after they deal with the Seven Snakes, after they deal with the orcs that show up. And this Tower of Zephyros is going to show up. It's going to extend the cloud stairs down and beckon them to come up to the tower. He's going to tell them all about what they're supposed to do, vaguely, not tell them much about the ordning or anything like that. A little bit about, the balance is all messed up. Then I'm going to do one of these. Oh, yeah. I'm going to do this one first. And the Howling Hatred, I'm going to run that one as is, but then I'm going to run this one as if Imrith shows up. And so instead of her Silver Dragon and the Lord's Alliance showing up, Imrith is going to show up, and Imrith is just going to destroy Zephyros's tower. So we're going to make this tower, and then we're going to have a dragon destroy it. We're going to have the dragon show up. She is an ancient dragon and is obviously going to TPK the party, so we're not going to have it actually fight them. We're going to have the dragon show up, disable this tower, destroy it, and basically make it fall out of the sky to slow down whatever is happening. Because Imrith is smart enough to know that these adventurers should not be here working with a giant, and whatever they're doing is going to mess with what she's got going on. And what she's got going on is whispering in the ear of the Storm Princess. So she's going to show up, cause chaos. Tower of Zephyros is going to fall out of the sky, crash, get destroyed. Zephyros is going to be absolutely pissed off and defeated, and he's not going to know what to do, and he's going to have to fix himself, and they're going to be on their way to Tribor. It's going to be basically right when they get close enough to Tribor that this is going to happen. So they have, this isn't to scale, but they're going to go all the way from here to here. It's not to scale again. I have to set up a hex map actually for this too. We'll add that. Oh god, I have more than I thought. Yeah, see, Zephyros encounters, Zephyros crash site I gotta set up. Let's set up the hex mat. of the North next time. Tribor, there's also a Tribor map from Orville Press. And yeah, they're going to get a quest to go there, see what's going on. There's going to be a giant attack and all kinds of stuff that happens. So we'll take it one chapter at a time. I think we got a really good start on session 0. And leading into Nightstone, they can get pretty much as far as they want. I doubt that they're going to even get to the Dripping Caves. They're definitely not going to get there. But yeah, like I said, I don't really know what I'm doing with this. I'm just kind of like trying to stay, accountable for my DM prep time. So I'm trying to force myself to set some time aside, really make this adventure good for them, and have all the maps looking good, and they can explore whatever they want. Maybe we'll set up some random encounters as we go along as well, quote unquote random, because it's not really random. But yeah, I think that the next time I'll do this is probably going to be next Saturday again. I'm going to aim for noon Eastern again, around the same time, noon or maybe 1 I'll start. Shout out to Eagle Vision for showing up earlier and chatting. I got some stuff to learn about. Apparently a couple of game systems they were talking about. Anybody ever wants to chat, let me know. But yeah, thanks for watching. I hope you have a great weekend, and keep on prepping. Keep on prepping. I'll see y'all later.